Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Victory Day celebration in Hobbit was in full swing, with lanterns strung between trees and the scent of Bilbo's famous seed cakes wafting through the evening air, when the greatest eagle anyone had ever seen descended from the twilight sky. Its wingspan cast a shadow over the entire party field, and its feathers gleamed like burnished copper in the setting sun. The music stopped, the dancing ceased, and even old Proudfoot's legendary appetite faltered at the sight. Rosa took Baggins, known throughout the Shire for her peculiar fascination with the outside world, stood transfixed as the magnificent creature landed beside the party tree. She had inherited not only her ancestor, Bilbo's adventurous spirit, but also his gift for languages, including the ancient tongue of the eagles. When the great bird spoke, its voice resonating like distant thunder, she alone understood its dire message. The shadows stir in Gundabad, the eagle proclaimed in its ancient tongue. The Lord of the Eyrie has seen darkness gathering where once the ORCs dwelt deep. A power sleeps there, older than the mountains themselves, and it begins to wake before Rosa could respond. Her best friend Hamfast Hamgamgee pushed through the crowd, his gardening apron still dusted with soil from his beloved vegetables. His face showed the proper hobbit horror at such an interruption of a perfectly good party, but his eyes betrayed a hint of the same wanderlust that had taken his namesake, Old Sam, on the greatest adventure of all. The eagle's news spread through the Shire like wildfire, though by morning, many hobbits convinced themselves it had been nothing more than a peculiar dream brought on by too much old Wynyards. But for Rosa and Ham, reality had shifted irrevocably. Within days, they found themselves in the company of an unusual group of travelers, 3 dwarf bards led by Thorin Strongsong, whose songs were said to hold echoes of the music that had shaped Middle-earth in its beginning. Their journey north took them through lands grown wild since the days of the Ring War. The lone lands seemed lonelier than ever, with ancient ruins throwing long shadows across their path. They passed the last bridge, where the stones still whispered tales of battles long forgotten, and through the trollshaws, where stone trolls stood as silent warnings of greed's price. As they traveled, Thorin and his fellow bards taught Rosa and Ham the ancient songs of the dwarves' songs of mountain halls and hidden valleys, of gems that captured starlight and forges that never cooled. In return, Rosa shared the old hobbit walking songs, and something magical happened when the two traditions merged. Their combined melodies seemed to make the very air shimmer with possibility. The first sign that their quest was more than a wild goose chase came in the Weather Hills. There, they encountered a band of rangers who spoke of strange lights seen around the peaks of Gundabad, and of ancient words appearing in the frost on winter mornings. Their leader, a weathered woman named Merwin, showed them a map marked with runes that glowed like pale fire in the darkness. Their path led them higher into the misty mountains, where the air grew thin and the wind sang songs of ice and stone. The eagles of the Eyrie welcomed them into their nests, great eyries built into the mountain faces, where the wind itself seemed to speak of ages past. Here, the Lord of Eagles revealed the true nature of their quest. In the deeps of Gundabad, he told them, lies the Chamber of First Music, a place where echoes of the great song still resound. The ORCs feared it, building their fortress around it, but never daring to enter. Now, something ancient stirs there, attempting to change the song's harmony to discord. The revelation struck Rosa like a physical blow. Every Hobbit child knew the tales of the music of the Ainur, which had shaped the world in its beginning. The thought that a fragment of that primordial song still echoed in the mountains was both terrifying and wonderful. The final approach to Gundabad tested every ounce of Hobbit courage. The ancient ORC fortress loomed before them, its abandoned halls still bearing the scars of countless battles. But it was in the deepest chamber, far below the fortress proper, that they found their true challenge. The Chamber of First Music was a vast spherical space, its walls polished to mirror brightness by ages of wind. At its center floated a column of pure sound, made visible a shimmering vertical river of light and music that rose from floor to ceiling. But wrapped around this column was a shadow that moved like smoke, its presence distorting the harmony into something dark and terrible. It was Ham, to everyone's surprise, including his own, who understood what needed to be done. "It's like dealing with weeds in a garden," he said, his practical Hobbit sense cutting through the grandeur of the moment. "You can't just chop them down, you have to replace them with something stronger." And so, in that ancient chamber, the most unlikely choir ever assembled raised their voices. Dwarf song and Hobbit song, the cry of eagles and the whispers of the wind itself joined together. Rosa led them, weaving the melodies together as naturally as breathing, while Ham's clear tenor provided a foundation as solid as the earth itself. The shadow fought back, trying to twist their song into discord, but it couldn't match the simple joy in the Hobbit drinking songs, the deep reverence in the dwarf ballads, or the soaring freedom in the eagle's calls. Slowly, note by note, the darkness was pushed back, until finally it dispersed like mist in the morning sun. The Chamber of First Music rang with pure harmony once more, its song strengthened by new melodies that spoke of green hills, warm hearths, deep halls, and open skies. The Lord of Eagles declared that guardians would remain, ensuring that the shadow could never again gain a foothold. When Rosa and Ham finally returned to the Shire, they brought with them something more precious than gold or jewels: new songs that made flowers bloom more vibrantly and stars shine more brightly. On quiet evenings, visitors to the Green Dragon might hear strange harmonies mixing with the traditional Hobbit tunes, and if the singers sometimes seemed to glow faintly in the firelight, well, it was just another story to tell over a pint of ale. The Great Eagle's initial warning became part of Shire legend, retold at parties and celebrations. But only a few knew the full tale of how two hobbits and their unlikely companions had helped preserve one of the oldest magics in Middle-earth, proving once again that the simplest hearts often carry the strongest songs. Story 2. In the restored kingdom of Arnor, where ancient stones still whispered tales of glory to those who knew how to listen, Eleanor Fair discovered a secret that had lain hidden since the dawn of the Third Age. Within the depths of a newly uncovered archive in Minas, the Hobbit scholar found a manuscript written in a hand she knew well, that of her ancestor, Samwise Gamgee, who had copied it from the original in Minas Tirith's libraries. The parchment spoke of the Forgotten Ones, five Astari who had arrived in Middle-earth long before Gandalf and Saruman, carrying staves of crystal that caught and held the light of the two trees themselves. But unlike their later brethren, these wizards had ventured into the far northern wastes of Fordwaith, seeking something in the ice, and never returning. As Eleanor pored over the text in her study, with its walls lined with maps and artifacts collected during her travels, the very air seemed to thicken with anticipation. The windows rattled in their frames, though no wind blew, and the candles flickered with flames that cast shadows in impossible directions. That night, the dreams began. Throughout the northern kingdoms, those sensitive to the old magic saw visions of crystal towers rising from eternal ice, and heard voices speaking in tongues that had not been uttered since the breaking of the world. In the restored Moria, Durin Seven woke from dreams of fire frozen in mid-flame, and in the shadows of Fangorn, an ancient Ent named Whisperleaf stirred from decades of tree dreaming. They came to her door within days of each other, the dwarf king with his beard braided with mithril, the Ent whose voice seemed to carry echoes of the forest's depths, and a mysterious pilgrim wrapped in star-silver robes who introduced himself only as a wanderer in forgotten places. Each had been drawn by the same urgency, the same sense that ancient powers were stirring once more. "The balance shifts," the pilgrim said, warming his hands by Eleanor's fire. "The Forgotten Ones left anchors of power in the north, meant to hold back forces older than Morgoth himself. Now those anchors weaken, and what they imprisoned begins to wake." Their journey north began as autumn painted the lands in gold and crimson. They passed through the Weather Hills, where stone circles still hummed with the magic of the ancient kingdom of Arnor, and across the North Downs, where barrel lights danced in the gathering dusk. The Ents' presence seemed to wake something in the scattered groves they passed, making the trees whisper in tongues not heard since the elder days. In the ruins of Fernost, they found their first real clue, a chamber deep beneath the old citadel, where maps were carved into the walls in lines of faintly glowing crystal. They showed the northern wastes as they had been before the breaking of the world, when Fordwaith was a land of gardens and crystal spires rather than eternal ice. But it was in the ice bay of Foracle that they encountered their first true challenge. The local Lossith, the snow folk of the north, spoke of lights in the ice-grayed pillars of radiance that rose from the frozen depths on moonless nights. Their eldest wise woman, her face lined with years like the patterns of frost on glass, told them of songs passed down through generations. They came from the west, she said, bringing light in crystal staves. They built towers of singing ice and spoke to the winds themselves. But they saw something in the depths of the world that frightened even them, and so they bound themselves into the ice, becoming guardians eternal. The final leg of their journey tested them to their limits. They crossed fields of ice that sang with alien harmonies, where auroras danced in patterns that seemed almost like words. The pilgrim's power grew stronger as they traveled north, until his silver robes seemed to glow with their own inner light, and Eleanor began to suspect his true nature. They found the first tower as the long northern night began, a spire of crystal and ice that rose from the glacier like a finger pointing to the stars. Within its translucent walls, they could see a figure frozen in an attitude of eternal vigilance, a crystal staff still clutched in ancient hands. But they were not alone in their discovery. Dark shapes moved across the ice servants of ancient powers that had never truly left the world, drawn by the weakening of their prison. The battle that followed would be sung of in dwarf halls and hobbit holes for generations to come. While Durin V's axe blazed with the light of ancient forges and Whisperleaf's voice called forth the strength of mountains of ice, it was Eleanor who found the key. Among Sam's notes was a song, written in a language older than the sun itself. As she sang it, her clear hobbit voice carrying across the ice, the frozen wizard began to glow. The tower's crystal walls amplified her song, and suddenly 4 other voices joined in 4 other towers across the waste, awakening in harmony. The pilgrim cast off his robes then, revealing himself as one of the blue wizards who had vanished into the east so long ago, returned now to aid his ancient brethren. The power they unleashed reshaped the very ice itself, strengthening the bonds that held back the nameless things that gnawed at the roots of the world. The Forgotten Ones remained at their posts, but now their vigilance was renewed, their power reinforced by new alliances and remembered songs. When Eleanor finally returned to Arnor, she brought with her knowledge that changed how the Free Peoples viewed their world. The archives she established became a place of learning where dwarf, Ent, and hobbit lore mingled freely. On clear nights, those who watched carefully might see lights dancing in the northern sky and hear, carried on the wind, songs in languages that stirred memories of the world's dawn. In later years, young hobbits eager for tales would visit her cozy study, and she would tell them of crystal towers and ancient wizards, of the strength found in unlikely friendships, and of how even the smallest folk could help keep the world's light burning. And if sometimes her visitors noticed that the shadows in her study fell in strange ways, or that the maps on her walls seemed to show lands that existed only in legend, well, That was only to be expected from someone who had helped remind the world that not all magic had departed from Middle-earth. Story 3. In the great library of Brandy Hall, where ancient books whispered their secrets to patient listeners, Folko Baggins discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth. The young hobbit librarian, known for his peculiar habit of learning dwarvish runes just for fun, sat cross-legged among towering shelves, a leather-bound tome spread across his lap. The book, its pages brittle with age, had arrived mysteriously that morning, delivered by a raven bearing the seal of Erebor. As Folko's fingers traced the angular dwarvish runes, his eyes widened. The text spoke of a treasure beyond measure, the last malorn seed of Middle-earth, a gift from the Lady Galadriel to Durin III, preserved in the depths of Moria. The seed, according to the ancient record, had been sealed in crystal and hidden in a secret chamber, waiting for the day when the world would need the light of lawful Reen once more. That very night, the dreams began. Throughout the Shire, hobbits tossed in their sleep, visited by visions of golden leaves falling from silver branches, and a darkness creeping across the lands that no ordinary tree could withstand. The old Took himself had prophesied such dreams would come, marking the time when the seed must be found. As if summoned by the dreams themselves, a company of dwarves arrived at Brandy Hall led by Princess DS2, her beard adorned with gems that caught the light like captured stars. With them came a figure that made Folko's heart skip, a tall man in gray robes, leaning on a weathered staff, who introduced himself simply as the Wanderer, though his eyes held the same ancient light that old Bilbo had once described in tales of Gandalf. The dreams are no accident, young Baggins, the Wanderer said, sitting by Folko's fire and producing pipeweed that smelled of distant lands. The world is changing once more. The power that protected these lands is fading, and without the light of the malorn, darkness will find its way back into the hearts of all free peoples. The journey to Moria began the next morning. Though Folko's heart quailed at the thought of leaving his beloved library, the company traveled east, a strange procession of 13 dwarves, one wizard who wasn't quite Gandalf, and a hobbit who carried ancient maps and spent evenings translating dwarvish texts by firelight. They passed through lands grown wild since the days of the Ring War. The Midgewater marshes had spread, their waters dark with ancient magics. The Trollshaws still held stone trolls, but now they seemed to whisper in the night. Even the weather itself grew strange as they approached the gates of Moria, with clouds forming patterns that looked like runes against the sky. In the shadows of the misty mountains, their company grew. A group of elves from the remnants of Rivendell joined them, led by a warrior sage named Celebrindle, who spoke of dreams that had haunted their own people. The malorn trees were more than mere trees, she said one evening. They were anchors, holding back the tide of shadow. Without them, the world grows darker by degrees. The gates of Moria stood open now, restored by decades of dwarvish labor, yet still bearing the scars of ancient battles. Within, crystal lamps lit paths through grandeur that took Folko's breath away, halls vast enough to house mountains, staircases that spiraled into darkness and light, and walls that told stories in gems and precious metals. But it was in the deepest levels, far below the grand halls, that their true challenge waited. The secret chamber, according to Folko's translations, lay beneath the roots of the mountain itself, in a place where Durin's folk had found a cave system that connected to the foundations of Lothal Reen. The way was treacherous. Ancient mechanisms guarded the path, puzzles that required the combined knowledge of dwarf, elf, and hobbit to solve. Passages would open only to phrases spoken in languages long forgotten, and more than once, they faced shadow creatures that had lurked in the deep places since the First Age. The Wanderer's staff lit their way, though sometimes the shadows seemed to cling to its light like hungry things. Princess DS led them through maze-like halls, her inherited memory of the ancient kingdom proving true. But it was Folko's understanding of the texts that finally brought them to their goal, a circular chamber whose walls were carved with images of trees reaching toward a ceiling studded with crystal stars. At the chamber's heart stood a pedestal of pure crystal, and within it, suspended in light, lay a seed no larger than Folco's thumbnail. It pulsed with a gentle radiance that brought tears to the eyes of all who beheld it, like catching a glimpse of Valinor itself. But they were not alone in that sacred space. Dark shapes materialized from the shadows, servants of an ancient evil that had sensed the seed's power and coveted it. The battle that followed would be sung of in dwarf halls for generations to come, though few songs could capture the terror and wonder of that moment. While dwarves and elves fought with blade and bow, while the wanderer's staff blazed with power forgotten since the elder days, it was Folco who remembered a detail from his precious texts, a phrase in ancient Khuzdal that, when spoken with a heart pure of intention, could awaken the chamber's final defense. The words, when he spoke them, seemed to ring from the very stones. The crystal stars above blazed to life, their light forming a pattern that mirrored the constellation under which the first malorn had grown in Valinor. The shadows retreated, their screams echoing through the ancient halls until silence fell once more. In the end, the seed was planted not in some grand location, but in the heart of the Shire itself, in a small garden behind Brandy Hall where Folco's mother had once grown roses. The wanderer blessed the ground, Celebrindle sang songs of growth in the ancient tongue, and Princess Dies laid a crystal from Erebor in the soil beside it. The malorn that grew there was unlike any other, smaller than its ancient kin, but no less magical. Its leaves were both silver and gold, and in its presence, the dreams that had troubled the Shire's sleep turned sweet once more. More importantly, its light seemed to strengthen the borders that kept darkness at bay, not just around the Shire, but throughout all the free lands of the West. Folco returned to his library, though now his collection included texts from both dwarves and elves, and visitors would often find him teaching young hobbits the old languages, just in case, sometimes, on quiet evenings. He would sit beneath the young malorn's branches, and in the whisper of its leaves, he could hear echoes of a greater song, the music of a world where light and shadow danced, but where light, with proper tending, would always find a way to grow anew. Story 4. The first signs of trouble appeared in Primula Proudfoot's prized tomato garden on a warm summer morning. Where once stood rows of vibrant vines heavy with fruit, now lay withered stems and leaves turned to ash at the slightest touch. Primula, known throughout Hobbiton as the finest gardener since Samwise Gamgee himself, felt her heart sink as she knelt in the soil that had inexplicably turned gray beneath her feet. She came from a long line of gardeners, her great-grandfather having learned his craft directly from the legendary Sam. The Gamgee wisdom had been passed down through generations, captured in worn notebooks filled with careful observations about soil, seasons, and the secret languages of growing things. But nothing in those precious pages spoke of anything like this. The blight, if that's what it was, spread with an unnatural swiftness. Within weeks, the fertile fields of the Shire began to fade, as if some unseen hand was drawing the very life from the earth. The wheat fields turned silver gray, the apple orchards bore fruit that crumbled to dust, and even the sturdy old party tree seemed to droop, its leaves whispering ancient sorrows to the wind. It was Frediger Fred Brandybuck, Primula's cousin and a cook of notable reputation, who first connected their troubles to the old tales. During one of their afternoon teas now served with stale bread and preserves from better days, he recounted a story told to him by a ranger who had stopped at the prancing pony. They speak of a fountain, Fred said, his usually jolly face serious, hidden in the weather hills. The rangers say its waters once blessed all the lands west of the Misty Mountains, keeping the shadow at bay long after the elves departed that very evening. As if summoned by their conversation, a tall figure appeared at Primula's round door. He introduced himself simply as Linder, though something in the way starlight seemed to gather around him betrayed his elvish nature. His ageless eyes held both wisdom and worry as he confirmed Fred's tale. The Fountain of Cardolan, he named it, was a gift from the Eldar in the days when Arnor still stood proud. But now, something stirs in the depths of Angmar, reaching out with fingers of corruption to taint its waters, and so began a journey that would take two hobbits far beyond the comfortable boundaries of the Shire. Primula carried with her a small copper watering can that had belonged to Sam himself, said to have been blessed by Galadriel's touch. Fred, despite his protests about missing allowances, packed his most treasured cooking pots and a supply of herbs that could make even stale bread taste of comfort and home. Their path took them through lands that had grown strange and silent. The old forest seemed darker than in living memory, its ancient trees huddling together against some unseen threat. Even the feared Tom Bombadil's realm felt subdued, though they heard his distant singing, somehow sadder than the old stories described. At the Forsaken Inn, near the Great East Road, they encountered others affected by the blight. A group of rangers spoke of withered grasslands where their horses could no longer graze. Dwarf merchants told of mountain streams running bitter and dark. All eyes turned east, toward the Weather Hills where ancient evil still cast long shadows. As they approached their destination, dreams began to haunt their sleep. Primula saw visions of a vast underground chamber where waters black as night dripped from stalactites of iron, each drop spreading corruption through ancient stone channels. Fred dreamed of a garden in Valinor, where the first seeds of Middle-earth had been blessed with life uncountable ages ago. Linda revealed little of his own dreams, but his face grew graver with each passing day. On the seventh morning of their journey, as they made camp in the shadow of the Weather Hills, he finally spoke of what troubled him. "The corruption comes from deeper than Angmar," he said. "It rises from where Ungoliant, the great spider of darkness, once made her home. A fragment of her power remained, sleeping through the ages, until now, the final ascent to the fountain tested every ounce of Hobbit courage. The Weather Hills had become a maze of shadow and stone, where every path seemed to lead both forward and back. They encountered dark creatures that spoke with voices like dry leaves and moved like spilled ink through the rocks. Only Linder's light, a pale echo of the elder days, kept them at bay. The fountain itself stood in a circular chamber beneath the hills, reached through ancient dwarven tunnels, whose walls still bore the marks of master craftsmen. But the once sacred space had been befouled. Black waters bubbled from the fountain's heart, and the very air felt thick with malice. It was here, in their darkest moment, that Hobbit wisdom proved greater than ancient evil. While Linder prepared mighty spells and Fred searched his lore for forgotten words of power, Primula simply reached for Sam's watering can. Inside, a single drop of water remained from the gardens of the Shire, preserved through all their travels. "Even the smallest seed needs only a drop of clean water to grow," she said, remembering her grandfather's words. As she poured that last pure drop into the corrupted fountain, it blazed like liquid starlight. The darkness recoiled, and for a moment, they saw the chamber as it had been in days of glory, a place where the wisdom of elves, the craft of dwarves, and the growing things of the earth had come together in perfect harmony. The cleansing that followed was like watching spring unfold in mere moments. Clear water burst forth once more, and with it came a sweet scent that reminded each of them of home. The waters of life flowed again, seeping through ancient channels to refresh the lands above. When they finally returned to the Shire, they found the blight already retreating. New green shoots pushed through the gray soil, and the party tree stood tall once more. But something had changed. The gardens now grew with a vigor that reminded the eldest hobbits of tales they'd heard about the gardens of the elves. Primula returned to her tomatoes, though she now kept a more careful eye on the lands beyond the Shire's borders. Fred's cooking gained an almost magical reputation, especially his soups and teas, which seemed to cure both healths and hearts. And if sometimes on clear nights, An elvish voice could be heard singing ancient songs in the gardens of Hobbiton. Well, it was just another story to tell around the fire. For in the end, it wasn't grand magic or mighty deeds that saved the Shire, but the simple wisdom of hobbits who knew that every garden, no matter how small, was worth tending with care and hope. Story 5. In the rolling hills of the Shire, where time seemed to flow as slowly as honey from old Butterbur's beehives, 50 years had passed since the return of Samwise the Brave. The morning mist still clung to Hobbit Ents gardens when Merry Addoc Barry discovered a destiny he never wanted, hidden in the depths of his Uncle Peregrine's old chest. Barry had been tasked with organizing his great-uncle Pippin's belongings, a duty he approached with typical Hobbit thoroughness, accompanied by frequent breaks for tea and seed cakes. The chest itself was unremarkable, its wood worn smooth by decades of use. But as Barry's fingers traced the intricate patterns carved along its edges, a false bottom gave way with a soft click. There, wrapped in silk as fine as moonlight, lay a fragment of parchment that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The elvish script danced across its surface like liquid silver, and though Barry had learned some elvish letters from old Bilbo's books, these words seemed to shift and change as he watched them. His heart quickened with a most un-Hobbit-like excitement as he realized he held something far older and more powerful than any artifact in the Shire's modest museum. The discovery might have remained nothing more than an interesting footnote in Barry's diary, had it not been for the shadows that began stalking the borders of the Shire that very evening. They came silently, cloaked figures that moved like whispers through the twilight, their presence marked only by the unnatural silence that followed in their wake. Even the most steadfast of hobbits felt a chill when they passed, though few could say exactly why. Ruby Baggins, a distant cousin who inherited both Frodo's eyes and his uncanny ability to sense trouble, was the first to connect these haunting figures with Barry's discovery. She arrived at his door one rainy evening, her dark curls dripping onto his welcome mat, with a warning that made his comfortable world tilt on its axis. "They're searching for something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "something that was lost when the elves departed. And somehow, cousin, I think you've found it," the parchment, as they would soon learn from Ruby's careful translation, spoke of a hidden garden in Eriador where the last saplings of the 2 trees of Valinor still grew in secret. The very thought seemed impossible. The 2 trees had been destroyed by Morgoth and Ungoliant ages ago, before the first sunrise. Yet here was evidence, preserved in elvish script, of their survival. Their quiet discussion was interrupted by a sharp knock that made both hobbits jump. But instead of the dreaded shadow figures, they found a dwarf on Barry's doorstep, his beard braided with silver beads that clinked softly as he bowed. "Beaufort too, at your service," he announced, his eyes twinkling beneath bushy brows. "I made a promise to my father, who made a promise to his father, who made a promise to Bilbo Baggins himself that if ever the Took family found the garden map, a dwarf of our line would help guide the way, and so began an adventure that would take 2 reluctant hobbits and a mysterious dwarf across the wild lands of Eriador, following clues hidden in the ancient parchment. They traveled by night and hid by day, for the shadow figures whom Beaufort identified as the last servants of Saruman, corrupted by generations of dark magic, were always close behind. Their journey took them through the old forest, where the trees still remembered the songs of Tom Bombadil, and across the Barrow Downs, where ancient spirits watched their passing with curious eyes. They found unexpected allies, a group of rangers who kept their ancient vigil, a wandering elf who spoke in riddles about the garden's importance, and even a great eagle who carried them over the misty mountains when their pursuers drew too close. The garden, when they finally found it, was both more and less than they had imagined. Hidden in a valley that seemed to exist halfway between Middle-earth and somewhere else, it was protected by magic so ancient they made the air shimmer like heat above summer stones. At its center grew 2 saplings, one silver and one gold, no taller than Barry himself, but radiating a light that brought tears to their eyes. But they were not the first to arrive. The shadow figures had followed them, revealing themselves as the servants of the White Hand, descendants of those who had followed Saruman in his fall. Their leader, a tall figure whose face seemed composed of shifting darkness, spoke of using the sapling's power to restore the dominion that had been lost with Sauron's fall. In the battle that followed, it wasn't mighty swordplay or powerful magic that saved the day. It was Barry's quick thinking and Ruby's steadfast courage, combined with Beaufort's dwarvish craftiness. While the servants attempted to breach the garden's ancient wards with dark sorcery, Barry remembered old Bilbo's tales about Smaug's weakness. Every dragon has a vulnerable spot, he'd said, and so too must every evil plan. The solution came not through force, but through song, a hobbit walking song mixed with a dwarvish mining chant and the elvish words from the parchment. As their voices rose together, the garden's protective magic responded, weaving their simple melody into a power that banished the shadows back into the darkness from which they had emerged. In the aftermath, as they stood in the light of the two saplings, the wandering elf returned. He revealed himself as one of the garden's original keepers, who had stayed behind when his kin departed to ensure the saplings would be protected until they were strong enough to be revealed to the world once more. The time of the elves has passed, he said, but the light of Valinor need not fade entirely from Middle-earth. Sometimes the smallest hands are best suited to tend the greatest treasures, and so the garden found new guardians. Barry and Ruby remained as its keepers, turning the hidden valley into a sanctuary that combined hobbit practicality with elvish magic. Beaufort, too, established a secret dwarf outpost nearby, ensuring that the garden would never lack for protection. Years later, travelers in Eriador would sometimes speak of a valley where the light was different, clearer somehow, as if seeing the world through newly washed glass. And in the Shire, young hobbits would beg to hear the tale of Barry's garden, where it was said that if you listened carefully on quiet evenings, you could hear the echoes of an ancient song mingling with a simple hobbit's tune. The shadow figures were never seen again, but Barry kept the elvish parchment safe, tucked away in its chest, ready for the next time its secrets might be needed. For as Bilbo had written in his book, the road goes ever on, and even the smallest light can keep the darkness at bay. Story 6. In the rolling hills of the Shire, where morning mists clung to emerald meadows like gossamer veils, Fastolf Greenhand stood in his garden, holding a seed that glowed with an inner light no hobbit had seen since the days of Samwise the Brave. The seed had lain dormant in an ancient chest, passed down through generations of Gamgee gardeners, until it found its way to Fastolf's trembling hands on this autumn morning. The seed sang to him in dreams, whispers of ancient forests and memories of walking trees. These weren't the usual dreams hobbits had of mushrooms and second breakfasts, but visions of Treebird, the oldest of the Ents, who had entrusted this last gift to Samwise Gamgee before departing into the depths of Fangorn Forest. Now, as dark vegetation crept along the borders of the Shire, choking the life from the good earth with thorny tendrils and poisonous blooms, Fastolf knew the seed's time had come. His cousin, Marigold Baggins, found him packing his mother's old traveling bag with provisions. Her curly brown hair was tied back with colorful ribbons, and her green eyes sparkled with the same adventurous spirit that had once driven her ancestors to great deeds. "The shadows in the old forest are spreading," she said, placing an ancient book of tales on his table. "The trees their whisper of darkness taking root." Fastolf nodded, carefully wrapping the glowing seed in soft leaves. "The seed shows me things, Mari. Fangorn Forest, the last sleeping Ents, and something corrupt taking hold of the ancient woods. This seed, it's the last hope of waking them." Marigold's face lit up with determination. "Then we must plant it. But Fangorn lies far beyond the borders of the Shire, across plains and mountains that no hobbit has traversed since Meriadoc and Peregrine's day. Fastolf raised an eyebrow. "You didn't think I'd let you go alone?" She pulled out a carefully folded map from her pocket. "I've been studying the old routes. Besides, you'll need someone who knows the ancient stories. The paths to Fangorn are not what they used to be. As they set out the next morning, the Shire was just stirring to life. They traveled light, like proper hobbits, though their packs were filled with seed cakes, dried fruits, and herbs that might prove useful on their journey. The seed hummed softly in a pouch around Fastolf's neck, its gentle warmth a reminder of their purpose. Their journey took them through the old forest, where the trees seemed more awake than usual, their branches reaching for the seed with desperate creaks and groans. At the Barrow Downs, they encountered their first real danger, shadow wraiths that hunted for the seed's light, forcing them to hide in ancient burial mounds until the dark moon passed. In Brie, they met an aging ranger who remembered stories of the Ents. He warned them of dark forces stirring in the east, of corrupted druids who sought to twist the old forest magics to their will. These were the ones responsible for the shadow plants spreading across the land, choking the ancient forests with their malevolent growth. As they crossed the plains of Rowan, the seed's glow grew stronger. Its songs in Fastolf's dreams became clearer, showing him visions of vast forests where Ents once walked, now silent and still. Marigold's knowledge of old tales proved invaluable, as she recognized landmarks from stories passed down through generations of Bagginses. They narrowly escaped a band of corrupt druids near the borders of Fangorn, where the air itself seemed thick with ancient magic. The forest loomed before them, dark and deep, its trees more densely packed than any they had ever seen. Here, the shadow plants had taken stronger hold, their thorny vines wrapping around ancient trunks like serpents. Deep within Fangorn, they found what they sought, a grove where the last Ents stood frozen, their bark grayed and lifeless, waiting for an awakening that seemed would never come. But as Fastolf approached with the seed, dark vines erupted from the earth, forming a barrier between them and the grove. The corrupt druids emerged from the shadows, led by a figure whose staff was wrapped in thorny vines. "The age of the Ents is over," he declared. "The forest belongs to new powers now," but Marigold, knowing her lore, began to sing an ancient elvish song of growth and renewal that her ancestor had learned from the elves. The seed in Fastolf's hands pulsed in rhythm with her voice, its light growing stronger with each verse. Fastolf understood what he must do. While Marigold's song held the druids at bay, he pressed forward through the thorny barrier, ignoring the cuts and scratches. When he reached the center of the grove, he planted the seed in the ancient earth, his gardener's hands working with sure knowledge. The seed's light exploded outward, racing through the root systems of Fangorn like liquid sunshine. The shadow plants withered and died, and deep groaning sounds echoed through the forest as the Ents began to stir. The first to awaken was a young Ent, barely more than an Enting, its eyes opening to the world like green leaves unfurling in spring. This young Ent was the last gift of Treebird, a child of the eldest, left in seed form until the time was right, containing within it all the ancient knowledge and power of its kind. As it rose, the other Ents began to wake as well, their voices joining in a deep song that shook the very foundations of the forest. The corrupt druids fled as the forest came alive around them, and Fastolf and Marigold found themselves surrounded by wakening Ents, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. The young Ent looked down at them with eyes the color of spring leaves and spoke its first words. "The hobbits tend the earth still, as they always have." The forest remembers, in the days that followed, the Ents began their slow but deliberate work of cleansing the forests of shadow plants, their ancient power restored through the blooming of the seed. The young Ent, whom they named Quickbeam after the legendary friend of Merry and Pippin, promised to keep watch over the boundaries of the Shire, ensuring that no darkness would ever take root there again. Fastolf and Marigold returned home to find the shadow plants retreating from the Shire's borders, driven back by the renewed power of the Ents. Their journey became another tale in the Great Red Book, proof that even in an age when magic seemed to be fading from the world, hobbits could still play a part in its preservation. And in Fastolf's garden, where the adventure had begun, a single sapling took root, a gift from Quickbeam. Its leaves shimmered with an inner light, a reminder that sometimes the greatest of magics could spring from the smallest of seeds, tended by the most humble of hands. Story 7. In the bustling town of Brie, where the paths of men and hobbits had crossed since time immemorial, Milo sat in his cramped study, surrounded by maps that whispered secrets of forgotten roads. The candlelight danced across parchments covered in intricate lines and mysterious symbols, casting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. On this particular evening, as rain tapped gently against his window, Milo discovered something extraordinary in his grandfather's old chest, a map that shimmered with a faint blue light, its lines shifting like streams in moonlight. The map had belonged to his grandfather, Peregrine III, a peculiar hobbit who had vanished decades ago after speaking of hidden paths and ancient doorways. Now, as Milo traced the gleaming lines with trembling fingers, the map revealed something astonishing: a network of secret paths connecting the ancient cities of men, invisible to all but those who knew where to look. His sister Rosa burst into the study, her herbalist's apron still dusted with dried leaves. "Milo, the merchants from Ron are in town again," she said, her face troubled. "And this time, they're asking questions about grandfather's old maps." Milo quickly rolled up the glowing parchment. "They can't know about this, Rosa. Look." He carefully spread the map out again, and together they watched as new lines appeared, showing doorways between places that should have been months apart by normal roads. "Elvish waygates," Rosa whispered, her eyes wide. Grandfather's stories were true. But why are they showing themselves now? Before Milo could answer, a commotion erupted outside. Through the window, they saw cloaked figures slipping through the shadows of Brie's streets, led by a tall merchant whose rings glinted with an unnatural light. The siblings knew instantly that their discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. That night, they packed their bags with provisions. Rosa insisted on bringing her precious herb pouches and healing supplies. "If these are truly the old roads," she said, "we'll need more than just maps to survive them." Their journey began at dawn, following the map's first revealed pathway behind the prancing pony. What appeared to be an ordinary wall shimmered like water when Milo held up the map, revealing a doorway that hadn't been opened since the days of the Eldar. Through this portal, they found themselves in the ruins of Fernost, the ancient capital of Arnor. The map glowed brighter here, revealing more paths branching out like a spider's web across Middle-earth. But they weren't alone in the ruins. Signs of recent camps and disturbed artifacts suggested the merchants had already begun their search. In the days that followed, Milo and Rosa raced against time, documenting the secret paths while staying one step ahead of their pursuers. They discovered that the merchants weren't simple traders at all, but members of a dark guild seeking to establish smuggling routes for forbidden artifacts from the east. At each waygate, Rosa's knowledge of herbs proved invaluable. Ancient elvish doors responded to specific combinations of plants and incantations, and some required healing poultices to pass through safely. Milo's cartographer's skills grew with each passing day as he learned to read the map's changing patterns and predict where new paths would appear. Their greatest discovery came in the hidden valley of Imladris, where the last echoes of elvish power still lingered. Here, in the dusty remains of Elrond's library, they found their grandfather's journal. Peregrine III had been part of a secret society, the Waywardens tasked by the last elves to protect these paths from those who would misuse them. But this discovery brought danger closer. The merchant guild had followed them to Imladris, and their leader was revealed to be a corrupted descendant of the ancient kings of Ron, wielding artifacts of dark power. In the grand hall where the shards of Narsil had once rested, they found themselves cornered. The paths belonged to all who would use them, the merchant lord declared, his rings pulsing with sickly light. The time of elvish secrets is over, yet Rosa, who had been studying her grandfather's notes, understood what had to be done. While Milo distracted their pursuers with clever words, a skill all hobbits possess, she began mixing herbs in specific proportions, recreating an ancient elvish recipe mentioned in the journal. The resulting flash of aromatic smoke filled the hall with the scent of Valinor itself. The waygate map in Milo's hands blazed with brilliant light, and for a moment, the siblings saw the paths as they had been in the elder days, bridges of pure light connecting the great realms of Middle-earth. The merchant lord's rings crumbled to dust, their corrupted power no match for the pure light of the ancient ways. His followers fled, their plans of smuggling routes broken by this display of enduring elvish magic. In the aftermath, Milo and Rosa understood their inheritance. The map had chosen them, just as it had chosen their grandfather to become the new Waywardens. They spent the next several months traveling the secret paths, mapping them properly, and establishing safeguards that only those with good intentions could pass. When they finally returned to Brie, their little study became more than just a cartographer's workshop. It became a hidden sanctuary for travelers in need, a place where those seeking safe passage could find guidance. Milo's maps now hung on the walls with new purpose, each one containing secrets visible only to those who shared their grandfather's dedication to protecting the ancient ways. Rosa's herb garden flourished with plants from all corners of Middle-earth, gathered during their journey, each with its own story and purpose in maintaining the waygates. Together, the siblings had found their calling not just as keepers of old secrets, but as guardians of paths that connected the fading wonders of their world. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the candlelight flickered just so, visitors to their study would swear they could see the maps glowing with that same elvish light, showing paths to places where magic had not quite faded from the world. Story 8. In the heart of the Shire, where morning dew sparkled like scattered diamonds on emerald grass, Primula Strongfoot stood motionless in her garden, head tilted toward the whispering wind. While other hobbits heard only the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the Brandywine River, Primula heard something else entirely, the fading echoes of ancient elvish melodies carried on the breeze, songs of power and memory that had nearly vanished from Middle-earth. The gift had manifested on her 33rd birthday, when she first heard the haunting harmonies while playing her fiddle beneath the party tree. These weren't the merry tunes of hobbit gatherings, but something far older and deeper songs that spoke of starlight and ancient forests, of battles long past and powers now forgotten. Her best friend, Frediger Fred Brandybuck, found her that morning as she stood entranced by the ethereal music. His arms were laden with fresh-baked bread, and the scent of herbs and spices wafted from his ever-present satchel. "The dreams are getting worse," he said without preamble, setting down his basket. "Half the hobbits in Hobbiton didn't sleep last night. Something dark is creeping into their dreams." Primula nodded solemnly. The shadow had been growing for weeks, a creeping darkness that left even the most cheerful hobbits hollow-eyed and anxious. "The wind's song has changed too," she whispered. "It's like someone is slowly muting the music of the world." Fred pulled out an ancient cookbook from his satchel, its pages yellow with age. "I found something in my grandmother's recipes. She learned it from the elves' special breads and cordials that can strengthen the spirit. But there's more." He flipped to a page where musical notes were scribbled in the margins. "These aren't just recipes. They're parts of a song." Primula's eyes widened as she recognized the melody. It was one of the songs she heard in the wind, but incomplete. "Galadriel," she breathed. "She taught this to one of my ancestors, didn't she? A song of protection." Before Fred could answer, a shrill cry pierced the morning air. Above them, a flock of birds wheeled in unnatural patterns, their shadows writhing across the ground like living darkness. In their wake, the grass seemed to lose its color, and the very air grew heavy with foreboding. That evening, the two friends pored over Fred's cookbook and Primula's collection of old songs. They discovered that Galadriel had indeed left a powerful protection spell in the form of a song, but it required more than just music. It needed to be reinforced with ancient elvish recipes that would awaken the memories of those who consumed them. Their journey took them first to the Old Forest, where Tom Bombadil still sang his timeless songs. The ancient being recognized the music in Primula's heart and added his own verses to their growing collection. In his house, Fred baked bread using water from the Withy Windle, infusing it with Tom's merry power. They traveled to Rivendell, now empty of elves, but still resonating with echoes of their songs. In the dusty kitchens, Fred discovered recipes written in elvish script that made his simple dishes glow with inner light. Each bite seemed to awaken memories of brighter days, and those who ate them reported that the shadow dreams retreated. The shadows pursued them, growing stronger as they journeyed. At Weathertop, they were almost overwhelmed by dark spirits that tried to steal the songs from Primula's mind. But Fred's quick thinking saved them. He had baked lembas bread using his own modified recipe, and its light drove back the darkness. Their final destination was Lothlorien, where the last echoes of Galadriel's power still lingered in the Golden Woods. Here, amid the malorn trees, Primula finally heard the complete song, a melody of protection that had been scattered across Middle-earth like leaves in the wind. But the shadows had followed them, manifesting as dark spirits that sought to silence the music forever. In the heart of Kara's Galadhan, Primula and Fred made their stand, while she played her fiddle. Weaving together all the pieces of Galadriel's song, Fred prepared a feast using every recipe they had gathered. The combination of music and food created something extraordinary. As hobbits well know, there is magic in a meal prepared with love, and power in songs sung from the heart. The feast became a celebration of life itself, each dish awakening memories of light and hope in those who tasted it. The song rose like a golden tide, carried on the wind back to the Shire. The shadow spirits tried to fight it, but against the combined power of elvish music and hobbit cooking, they stood no chance. The darkness dissolved like mist in morning sunlight. When Primula and Fred returned home, they found the Shire transformed. The shadows in people's dreams had been replaced by echoes of elvish songs, and the very air seemed clearer, as if freshly washed by music. In Primula's garden, flowers bloomed that hadn't been seen since the days of the elves, their petals chiming softly in the breeze. They established a new tradition in the Shire. Every year, during the grand feast of Lithe, Primula would play the protection song while Fred prepared dishes from his collected recipes. The combination kept the shadows at bay and reminded all who participated that even in an age when magic seemed to be fading, it could still be found in the simplest of things, in breaking bread with friends, in songs sung under starlight, and in the enduring spirit of hobbits who refused to let the music of the world fade away. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the wind was just right, other hobbits would pause in their gardens, cocking their heads to one side as if they too could hear the faintest whisper of elvish melodies carried on the breeze, a reminder that magic, like music, never truly dies as long as there are those who remember its songs. Story 9. The last autumn leaves danced through the empty halls of Rivendell as Dodinas Baggins sat surrounded by dusty scrolls and ancient tomes, his small hobbit fingers tracing elaborate elvish script that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. The once great library of Elrond still held countless secrets, and Dodinas had spent months here, translating texts that no mortal eyes had read since the departure of the elves. On this particular evening, as golden light filtered through the intricate archways, he discovered something extraordinary, a prophecy written in an ancient form of Quenya, its letters gleaming with a faint luminescence that pulsed like starlight. His heart raced as he began to translate. When the smallest of beings find the greatest of powers, the sleeper in shadow shall wake from its slumber. A whoosh of air announced the arrival of his cousin Pearl, her bow still strung from patrol. Despite her small stature, she moved with the grace of the elves who had trained her, one of the last to receive such teachings before they sailed west. "The mountain paths are growing darker," Pearl said, laying a hand on the ancient text. "The rangers speak of strange movements in the misty mountains, as if something stirs in the deep places." Dodinus's translation skills, honed through years of studying the linguistic treasures left behind in Rivendell, revealed more of the prophecy. It spoke of an ancient evil sleeping beneath the mountains, different from the Balrogs and dragons of old, something that fed on knowledge itself, growing stronger with each ancient secret uncovered. Their research led them to references of an artifact, the Starlight Codex, a crystal book created by Celebrimbor himself, capable of containing and neutralizing dark powers through the preservation of ancient knowledge. But the Codex had been hidden away, its location scattered across multiple texts in different elvish dialects. With growing urgency, Dodinus and Pearl began their quest to piece together the puzzle. They traveled to the ruins of Ost and Edhill, where Pearl's archery skills protected them from the dark creatures that still lurked in Celebrimbor's fallen city. In the collapsed libraries, Dodinus discovered passages written in a cipher that could only be read by starlight. Their journey took them through forgotten valleys where the last echoes of elvish magic still lingered. In these places, Dodinus found his gift for languages enhanced. He could hear the whispers of the trees themselves, speaking in an ancient tongue that predated even the elves. But they weren't alone in their search. Shadows followed them, creatures that moved like ink through water, drawn to the knowledge they uncovered. Pearl named them the lore drinkers, for they seemed to consume the very words from ancient texts, leaving behind blank pages and corrupted memories. In the libraries of Minas Tirith, they discovered that the Starlight Codex had been divided into 3 parts, hidden in places where the boundaries between knowledge and power were thinnest. The first they found in the depths of Moria, where Pearl's arrows, now tipped with crystals from Rivendell, held the darkness at bay while Dodinus deciphered marks left by Celebrimbor on the walls. The second piece they recovered from the Tower of Cirith, Ungol, where ancient elvish knowledge had been corrupted, but not destroyed. Here, Dodinus's gift proved crucial. He could separate the pure lore from the tainted, like filtering clear water from mud. But the final piece tested them most severely. It lay in the ruins of Fernost, where the Witch King's dark magic still lingered. The lore drinkers had gathered in force, drawn by the concentration of ancient knowledge. As Pearl defended against their shadowy forms, Dodinus realized that the prophecy's true meaning lay not in preventing the awakening of evil, but in ensuring it awoke to find wisdom waiting to counter it. In a chamber deep beneath Fernost, they assembled the Codex. As Dodinus spoke the words of binding in 7 different elvish dialects, Pearl's crystal-tipped arrows created a circle of starlight around them. The Codex began to glow, its pages filling with all the knowledge they had gathered on their journey. The mountain depths trembled as the ancient evil began to stir, but as it reached out with tendrils of darkness, it found itself confronted not with fear or violence, but with understanding. The Starlight Codex acted as a mirror, reflecting back centuries of accumulated wisdom, transforming the entity's hunger for knowledge into something else: comprehension. The lore drinkers dissolved like mist in morning sun, and the darkness retreating back into the depths of the mountains, but not as a malevolent force. Instead, it became a guardian of knowledge itself, bound by the wisdom contained within the Codex. Dodinus and Pearl returned to Rivendell, where they established a new library. The Codex became its heart, its pages now serving as a bridge between the fading magic of the elves and the growing wisdom of men. More importantly, it proved that even in an age when the greatest powers had departed Middle-earth, understanding and knowledge remained potent forces. Young scholars from all races began to visit their library, and Dodinus found joy in teaching the ancient languages to a new generation. Pearl trained young archers in the elvish techniques she had learned, ensuring that the skills of the elder days would not be lost. And sometimes on quiet evenings when starlight streamed through the windows of Rivendell, visitors would see the pages of the Codex glowing softly, its wisdom pulsing like a heartbeat, reminding all who saw it that the greatest power often lies not in magical artifacts or ancient spells, but in the simple act of understanding. Story 10. In the golden light of a late afternoon in Hobbiton, Merry Addock Pippin trudged up the winding path to Bag End, his mailbag heavy with letters that had traveled from distant lands. But among the usual correspondence, one particular envelope caught his eye. It gleamed with a faint silvery light, like starlight caught on paper. The letter bore the unmistakable flowing script of Frodo Baggins, written decades ago, but only now finding its way home. Within its pages lay a secret that would change everything. A map marking the locations of Valinor light fragments, precious crystals containing the last rays of light from the undying lands, hidden throughout Middle-earth by the departing elves. As Pippin read the letter, 3 more hobbits arrived at his door, drawn by some unseen force. Rosie Baggins, whose kitchen herbs seemed to glow with unusual vitality. Hamfast Gamgee, who could coax flowers to bloom in winter. And Adelard Brandybuck, whose dreams were filled with ancient stories never recorded in any book. That very night, as they shared the letter's contents over tea and seed cakes in Baggin's cozy study, shadows moved against their natural course outside the windows. The fragments were calling to them, and darker forces had begun to stir. The elves knew this day would come, Adelard said, his fingers tracing the map's delicate lines. They left these fragments as anchors, keeping the memory of Valinor alive in Middle-earth. But now something seeks to extinguish that light forever. Their journey began at dawn, following the first marker on Frodo's map, a hidden grove in the old forest where Tom Bombadil once walked. There they found their first fragment, a crystal no larger than a hobbit's thumb, singing with inner light. Rosie's touch made it pulse brighter, responding to the ancient elvish recipes she had inherited through her family's connection to the elves. But they weren't alone in their quest. Shadow seekers, creatures born from the spaces between starlight, pursued them across the lands. These beings appeared as tears in reality, hungry for the light of Valinor, leaving withered grass and frozen air in their wake. The company discovered their unique gifts complemented each other perfectly. Pippin's knowledge of paths and people, gained through years of delivering mail, led them safely through dangerous territories. Rosie's cooking, infused with herbs grown in soil blessed by Galadriel, provided strength and clarity of mind. Hamfast's connection to growing things helped them find safe havens in the wilds, while Adelard's knowledge of ancient tales revealed crucial clues about the fragments' locations. Their search took them to the peaks of the Misty Mountains, where a fragment had been hidden in an eagle's nest. In the depths of Moria, they found another embedded in a crystal wall, its light keeping ancient shadows at bay. Near the ruins of Fernost, they recovered a fragment that had been guarded by the descendants of Arnor's last watchman. With each fragment collected, the hobbits noticed changes in themselves. Pippin's letters began to glow with inner light, carrying messages of hope across the land. Rosie's cooking could now heal wounds of both body and spirit. Hamfast's gardens became sanctuaries where no darkness could enter, and Adelard's stories took on the power to drive back the shadow seekers. But the greatest test came at the ruins of Weathertop, where the largest fragment lay hidden. The shadow seekers had gathered in force, led by a being that seemed to be woven from darkness itself, a void weaver, seeking to unravel the last threads connecting Middle-earth to the light of Valinor. In that desperate hour, each hobbit's gift proved crucial. Pippin used his postman's knowledge to find the hidden paths around the hill. Rosie prepared a feast that filled their hearts with the warmth of the undying lands. Hamfast called upon every growing thing on the hill to aid them, while Adelard recalled an ancient tale of how the first stars were kindled. Together, they formed a circle around the fragment, and something extraordinary happened. The light of all their collected fragments joined together, creating a beacon that pierced the darkness, like a new star born on Earth. The Void Weaver and its shadows retreated, unable to bear the combined light of Valinor that shone through these small but mighty guardians. But their victory revealed an even greater truth. The fragments were never meant to simply be protected. They were seeds of light, waiting for the right gardeners to help them grow. Under Hamfast's care, they planted the fragments in a circle around the Shire. Over time, these grew into crystalline trees that shimmered with the light of Valinor, creating a network of protection that kept the darkness at bay. The four hobbits became known as the Guardians of Twilight, keepers of the light in an age when magic was fading from the world. Pippin continued his postal rounds, but now his letters carried more than just words. They bore the subtle light of hope to distant lands. Rosie's cooking became legendary, her meals bringing memories of brighter days to all who tasted them. Hamfast's gardens turned into places of pilgrimage, where even the wisest could find counsel among the glowing flowers. Adelard wrote down their tales, ensuring that future generations would remember how the smallest of folk had preserved the greatest of lights. And sometimes on clear evenings when the stars seemed especially bright, visitors to the Shire would see four small figures sitting in a garden beneath crystalline trees, sharing a meal and stories, while all around them, the light of Valinor continued to shine. Proof that even in an age of fading magic, some lights could never truly be extinguished.